Okay. We are live now. It is Tuesday. I know we're going early today, but we've got a lot of ground to make up. Alright, so for those that are new here, we have been needle felting along with Bob Ross for some time now, doing some large 8x10 pieces. This time we're going to be making some magnets. This is our 7th magnet that we're making in progress at the moment. So I tend to follow along with his tutorials, you know, just to give us something different, give us different ideas and stuff. So, we started at the end of all of the seasons because we've been hanging around down the other end near the beginning. So we're going to work backwards. So we're on season 31 currently. And we are on episode 7, Bridge to Autumn. I had to stop early last week, so I was getting a really bad headache. And the stabbing of things with the head hurting doesn't work. So we are picking up where we left off. In the chat pinned in just a moment is the link to the tutorial in full. So if anybody wants to go and check out that tutorial in full with audio and larger, excuse me, you are more than welcome to do so. And if I can get my act together here, I am so tired. I've been sitting here for like the past 15 minutes. I'm like, come on, we need to go. Let's go. And I'm like, can we just go back to bed? But nope, that didn't happen. Husband's back. Do you need help?
No.
Okay. Husband is back from the store. Okay. Don't have my feet on my chair placed right. Like, I saw this one chair ad on somewhere. Was it Facebook? Somewhere. Had like the little footresty thingy in front that would swivel around that you could put your knees on. And you could sit like backwards on it. Like it was great, but I've hurt my knee on Friday. So I can't really put any pressure on my knee at the moment. So I couldn't use that if I really wanted to, but I kind of liked that chair. I don't think I could really sit in it with my back issues. I think my tailbone would be very, very angry. It didn't look like there was much padding to the ass portion of the chair, but I still liked it. Anyhow, we've got our cup of water. I don't have the glue gun out yet because I wasn't sure how far we were going to get today. So when we last left off, we were working on putting some color in our trees here. So that's what we are doing. So our magnet size is approximately 3 inches by 3 inches, which is why I was like, oh, small art. It's not like super, super tiny. People have painted smaller than this before, but it's kind of tiny. It's tiny for us. I think the smallest thing we had done before this point was 3 inches, roughly. This is just the color Rust, I believe. It was a big twist color, but that's not going to matter too much longer because big twist be going big away. So if I run out of that, oh, mixing the colors. When I run out of that, I'm going to need to find a different yarn brand. So I am using acrylic yarn. Traditionally, most people use roving when they're needle felting. But you know, fine. Fine, fine. It's a little pricey for me to do the roving in the quantities that I need and the colors that I'm using. So, it's just a little bit less of a headache to just use the acrylic yarn. So I usually have more color options at my disposal and all that. So you guys kind of go for what's going to work better for you. But I can usually come across acrylic yarn on sales every so often. And I don't blow through it that fast. I mean, it seems like we're using a lot of fluff at times, but I have yet to replace a single shade of my yarn, although I do have a ridiculous amount of shades, probably, to some people, but it makes me happy looking at all the bags of fluffy colors. And we do use them from time to time. Even though Bob has his sort of set color palette here, sometimes he gets a little crazy. And we get into some of the different colors, but so we're just kind of working on colorifying our trees. So we're using rust, lime green, a mustard color, which was kind of like a ochre color. Hang on, my knee keeps rubbing against a box here. And it's in the exact spot that I need to not be touching it. So let me slide that box over. I was hoping we were going to finish that watercolor yesterday, but the pen was fighting me a little bit. And I was having trouble making up my mind what I wanted to do in my little squares, so, or triangle sections. So, I mean, I'm not surprised I didn't. Plus, it took a little bit of time to try to figure out where all of our sheepy friends were hanging out. Next time I'll go heavier on my pencil line since I'm gonna end up covering it up anyway. We're also using some of this buttercup color. Hang on. We are a little low here. Okay. That might be a little much. Okay. That should be okay. Alrighty. I just want to work on adding the color, this toffee color that we put down for the base under tone of our trees. I like that, but that's not our main foliage color here. And I'm okay with it shining through in some sections, you know. I just didn't want it to be a solid wall of that. Don't really need it to be a solid wall of that. So I don't know if we'll get done today on this one. We'll certainly try. We'll certainly give it a good try. But we'll see how things go. Okay, so upper tree area done. Now we need to fill in our bottom tree section here. I'm just trying to go with like little bits of color at first. I can add more to it if I need to. Like that part's not a huge problem. Everything okay?
Mm-hmm.
This guy. Kind of work into here, just getting our shrubbery placement figured out here. I'm not sure how low this needs to come. That's the thing. So, like, that's the difficult part. Here a bit. Trying to get that figured out. More of this color. We've got multiple piles of color here. And that's okay. Now we have to put water in here too. We have not gotten that yet, so that's why I'm like, I don't know if we're actually gonna get super far today, because we still have quite a ways to go. Ideally, last week I would have been able to at least get the shrubbery done. I would have liked to have been a little bit closer to being done before we started today, but life happened, so. How's everybody doing on this, what is it, Tuesday morning? I'm gonna kind of like overlap some of our colors here in places, because why not, right? We might as well. I'm just kind of like trying to swirl this fluff in my fingers just to try to shape it a little bit. Kind of maybe give it like a swirly top of a tree kind of feel. Sometimes it works. Sometimes not so much. Kind of depends on how the needle grabs it also. Alright, I'm gonna double up on this guy. And you can kind of scrape your fluff around a little bit if you're trying to get him positioned out a little bit better. Okay. This guy. Now, I'm kind of positioning these colors a little bit differently than the ones up top. I'm not trying to necessarily mirror where they're located because this is like a different, shorter section of tree. So I tried to put like a little bit of like a misty, foggy indication, kind of trying to separate the two sections. So I'm trying to keep this section below that. And then the upper section can kind of like hang out above it if need be. Let's see here. And you don't need to color your trees in the exact order that Bob's got his. Just kind of figure out where you need to be. Or where you want to be with what colors. And just kind of have at it. Alright. So this mustard color is kind of similar to our sky color. He's been a little hard to make out at times. But I don't want to give up on him. He still belongs here. Sometimes, you know, might feel like you just didn't quite add enough. If you're not happy with the amount that ended up being visible, add some more. You're allowed to add more, it's fine. It's all good. You're basically just kind of fussing this till you're happy with it. Trying to make my shrubs a little bit bigger down in here. Oh, fuzz. Fuzz is attacking my face. That happens sometimes. Okay. So I'm not sure if I have quite enough of my dark teal or dark aqua tissue paper twisted for this week's work on the project. I might twist just a little bit more just to make sure. I don't think I need a whole lot more. And I need to get some white twisted also. And I need to get the next shade of like my mid shade of aqua figured out. Aqua turquoise. That kind of color. Get this guy. Kind of looking a little stripy, so I might need to try to break that up a little bit. Maybe we can get a larger green guy kind of popped into here. Overlap you just a little bit. I want to add a little bit more to that there. Yeah, let go. It's being a little clingy today. Don't really blame it. Bless you. Bless you. Bless you. You all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I think I want this guy. And we'll start to get him kind of worked in. Probably should have started a little bit sooner today, but can only start so early, right? Still had some other stuff I had to take care of.
Excuse me, noise.
Hold on. Okay. Sorry about that. It is allergy time. Very unforgivingly allergy time. Alright, so that's not so bad. Alright, I'm going to turn our mats. Alright, so these guys I'm going to tuck into our bag. Just because I don't really know what we've got coming next. Like, we looked at it a little bit last week, just real quick. But honestly, last week feels like a month ago, so let's go ahead and advance the tutorial here a little bit. Okay, so he got a dark color. And he's adding some shrubbery down in front here. So it's like a very blackish green brown. So he's kind of got the sky or the water almost reflecting the black of the trees. And I think the black that he added into there hit that yellow in the shrubbery, like back into here. And that's why it looked a little green. Now, obviously, we can't have magenta water. So, I mean, we could, but it's just not going to look right. So, we're going to do something a little bit differently here. We're going to have to actually do a watercolor. Now, we could make our water like a gray color and then attempt to do this, but I think we're better off doing it a different way. So he's gonna kind of do... Can we get that without the text box in there? Oh, wait, what's he doing with this? Hang on. Okay, then he's kind of adding in a slight shoreline color. And then he's kind of highlighting it a little bit. And then he's just kind of playing and flicking that up. And what are we doing with this? Then a waterline. Okay. So that's kind of what we're aiming for. So here's what we're gonna do. I think I want to do the watercolor first, and then we'll come back with that shrubbery. Uh-oh. Just knocked something over. I kind of have a standard watercolor that I go to. When dealing with Bob here. I call it my Bob Ross watercolor. So, it's denim from Big Twist. I'll have to find a different color when the time comes. But I still have a fair amount of this. I'm gonna have to fluff more of this color, though. I'm gonna have to make time for that. Alright. So, I'm gonna turn this guy sideways. Let me get my square here. Okay, we're still looking right. So, you know, do what you need to do to work with the materials that you have. I mean, we could have tried to go with like some kind of weird gray shade for our water here. Because I think he primes his stuff with like a gray gesso. And then he puts the liquid white over top of it. But I don't know if he did liquid clear or liquid white this time. He might have did white on the top and clear on the bottom. Like, I'm really not certain. I didn't listen to that part, and that part really didn't concern us. Because we're not using liquid white. What I care about when I'm doing this is the shade results after he's put it up on the canvas. Because we can't blend quite like Bob. Not quite like Bob. I might be able to blend some better grass colors together once I get some hand cards. They are on my list. I just haven't gotten around to getting them yet. Eventually. Eventually. Little drop of water, not much, just a little. We don't want this sopping wet. We're not wet felting. And for wet felting, you might actually need to use roving. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. Because that's not what we're doing. So I didn't really concern myself with it. I don't really need to be right up on this because we've got that other color coming in here. But there's a part of my brain that's like, no, no, fill it. And I'm like, no, we've got the other color still. The other color can fill it. We still have to do our little bit of shrubbery. Now, it doesn't look like he highlighted the front shrubbery. So I guess that's just going to be like our dark hunter green color. Unless he comes back and touches it up later. Which, knowing Bob, it is possible that there are a few times where he does jump around a little bit. I don't know if it's just because he got distracted and forgot. Since he's like clock racing and was like, if we have time, I'll come back to it. But he just kind of slapped it up there. So we're just gonna work on getting our watercolor that we're going to use popped into here. All right. So we'll get this worked into here. Oh, neighbor's having truck troubles again. That's nothing new. Okay. We will get this popped into here. Like, I don't have to be super picky on this line because I still have some of our sky color or our base felt color sticking through there. The hunter green that I'm gonna put in there will take care of that, but I do need to make sure the sections that the hunter green's not gonna cover, or I don't think it'll cover, are filled in a bit here. Okay. Get all of these. Alright, so I mean, it's not a bad shade. It'll fill in there. The only thing is, I don't know how far down I should really take it. I guess we're going to come down all the way. That would probably be the wiser decision. Even if we don't need it all the way down, it might just be easier in the end. That way everything is covered up. And we don't have to worry too much. I wonder what color felts we'll be using on the next one. I have white, but I don't know if I really want to use white. Because white's kind of a problematic shade at times. I mean, it is the next in my pile. Okay. So we'll just get this guy popped into here. Well, I mean, this is going in pretty quickly, all things considered. The water bit here. I mean, it's still going to take a few minutes to get this covered to our liking. Okay. A little bit of water. Just enough to put some friction. Or you don't have to do the little fluffy snakes if you don't want to. That is entirely optional. You could just lay the fluff down. We have done that also. I prefer to make the little fluffy snakes. I find that I don't have to layer it as much that way. That's just kind of my personal preference. It's supposed to be like mid-70s today. That's crazy. For March. They are saying we could have some severe weather this weekend, so I'm not loving that. That's got me kind of a little wary. Just a bit wary. And you don't have to do this part where you brush down the fluff on the back. I do because I find it helps the front lay a little bit flatter. Again, that's a me thing. So I've never seen anybody else say anything about doing that. I feel like my sky is sloping downward, but when I slap my square on here, it might be a slight. I might have to add a little bit more up there. We'll see. It might not be that much of an issue because the frame would be covering that very upper edge. So we'll see. Alright. So that section was probably a little thick, but that's okay. It's alright. Gonna work on getting all of that stabbed into place as best as we can. Alright. Now I do keep going sideways on this guy. That's mostly so I can see my edges. Just makes it a little bit easier. Just to make sure that I am getting everything filled in where I need it to be filled in. Alright. Work on filling in this section here. You can kind of see the fluff wanting to pull in different directions. That's from the little notches in our needle grabbing it. And trying to pull it down into this section, and then trying to pull it down into that section. You can see in some spots it looks a little more taut than others. Now, if I have any weird spots that look like they're overlapping kind of funny, it might be an issue later. I will come back in and drop another little small bit of fluff on them. Like I'm gonna have to do that here. I can see our base felt color poking up through there. And that's going to be a slight issue. Actually, that whole section looks like it needs a little bit more. Like I'm still seeing a bit of our pink trying to materialize in through there. Which could be a slight issue, because I mean the hunter green's gonna come to like about in here. And then we're gonna have a little bit of shoreline, so I think it might end up being visible. Especially as we get more fluff to pull it in different directions. Might be a small issue. So we'll just go ahead and we'll put a little another guy over top of that. And I want to keep marching forward here, but I don't want to march too quickly forward if we're gonna create issues for ourselves that are gonna pop up in the next half an hour. Cause us to have to backtrack and fix, so we might as well just fix it now. Especially when, at the moment, it's just a simple fix of just laying some more fluff down. Alright, 1 second, you guys. Right, sorry about that. Kind of feel like right in there might be a trouble spot. The back section's not showing any fluff kind of worked into that spot at all. I'm not really sure why it's not showing anything in that spot. Because we've clearly got stuff on the front of it. So we still have to put the bridge in. And I can't remember if anything is sitting at the bottom. Something must be. So we have to have land for where the bridge is coming from. But he hasn't even started to put it in yet. So I'm like, this might be interesting. Or where this bridge setup's gonna take place here. Alright. Gonna work on getting this bit tagged into here. Alrighty. Get this stuff. Worked on up into here. Or at least we're trying to. Alright. Gentle, gentle, gentle. Alright. So we'll get to our next bit of floof. I could work in bigger chunks, but sometimes working in the smaller chunks is just easier. Okay. Definitely have to pull some more of this out of my bag of fluff here. We should have enough fluff to fill in this section, I hope. If we don't, we might have to do an emergency fluff session here. Which is going to be a problem because this color, I'm pretty sure, is buried in my bottom fluff container, which is going to be problematic to get to at the moment. I mean, I can get to it. It's just going to take a hot minute. I don't want to finish this side. Okay, so my tape is just kind of my emergency guideline for approximately where that pen line was, in case the pen line got eaten up with fluff and I couldn't find it anymore. So let's just kind of our stop right there boundary. Don't go any further. As you know, sometimes we do lose the pen line. It's just an extra boundary line for me. Tape totally optional. You don't have to put it on there if you don't want to. Alright. We need more fluff. Go ahead and we'll pick some more out of this. Oh, come back here. Fluff's getting a bit unruly here today. Alrighty. Get this worked into here. It's starting to come together. Even just adding the water in is helping a great deal. Okay. Next bit of fluffy stuff here. I am still working on that episode 10 from season 3 speed felt. I have about an hour and a half on the 9th live stream, and we did 13 on that one. So I'm trying. Last night I was just tired. I was scatterbrained. I was having trouble concentrating on it. I got a little bit done last night. Needless to say, I haven't gotten anything done on it yet today, since we started early. And a lot of times in the morning, if I have some time to kill before stream, I will try to get some video editing done in the morning. But I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I know I still have one more to get through. And then I've got some other stuff I need to edit, but that's got a lower priority on it. Alright. We got this guy going in here. So we need to... might need to put another little bit in there. We'll see. I do kind of like the blue-gray of this. It does feel kind of like some water here. It's the best watercolor I've come up with, where it doesn't look like obnoxiously blue. Alright. Get this guy tapped into place here. So even though we're following the tutorial, or we're trying to follow the tutorial, these would be more inspired by Bob. because they're never gonna look 100% just like Bob's. They're just not. Because it's not the same medium, for one. Let me grab my side piece here. Alright. Just checking. Seeing how we're looking. Oh gosh, that I think was down here at one point. So you can see how much our base felt has gotten pulled and pushed around and stuff. And that's gonna happen, at least with the thinner felt. If that level of it getting distorted from its beginning stage is gonna bother you. They do make a premium craft felt that I have seen in the kids section by the sheet. That doesn't distort quite so much. Or you can try to find some felt by the yard, or, you know, whatever base fabric you want to use. That is also an option. Now, I don't know how expensive felt by the yard is, because I haven't embarked on that adventure. So that's going to be between you and your budget as to whether or not you want to do that. So far, the crafty bits from the kids' craft section have always been enough to suffice for me. We haven't really done anything larger than 8x10 so far. But if you are feeling adventurous and have the time to sink into it, by all means, go ham. Alright. Probably gonna have to add a couple more little hatchy bits into here, just to make sure that we are all filled in to my liking. Let me pop this guy gently up. Alright. Got this little bit of fluff. I've got water sprinkled everywhere on my desk. Bless you. Even the cats are sneezing.
You, my old man.
Oh, that was the dog?
I think.
I thought it was Ed.
What?
Is everything okay?
Yeah. She had pulled out her bowl for her morning cereal, but had not used it yet. So I was just checking on her.
Okay. Did she forget to eat?
No, she just said cookies instead.
Oh. Yeah, she did that the other morning. She was perturbed that there was no bread for toast. And then I'm like, well, Russell could make you an egg croissant. We still have some in the freezer. No, I'm gonna have cookies instead. I'm like, Mother, cookies aren't breakfast. I'm having cookies. I'm like, okay. What the hell? Alright. So. Let me close that bag so I don't accidentally dump the fluff that I've got. Alright. I'm also going to need to refill. Actually, I've got a lot of colors I need to refill. So I definitely have a fluff project for when I get done my tissue paper thingy. I might have to refill some before then, though. I might have to, take a couple days off from the tissue paper and do fluff instead. Just to make sure that we've got enough fluff going for stream here. Okay. So I'm gonna work on getting this guy popped into here. Now, this isn't a very dark hunter green. To be perfectly honest, I would like to have a darker one. I feel like I have seen darker hunter greens than this. But not much I can do about that right now in this moment. And I'm certainly not paying for shipping for one ball of yarn. So I'm gonna have to wait to figure that out. For when I need to do some yarn shopping. And yarn colors feel like sometimes they're rotating out a fair bit. I mean, you'll get some like tried and true staple colors, but then like sometimes the more exotic colors are a bit seasonal. Or at least that's what it feels like at times. So he kind of like has a bit of like that cloudy mist thing happening down into there. I don't know that I'm gonna put that in. It's always hard to put that in with the fluff and make it look like how it's supposed to for me. I don't know that I really necessarily have to have it. So we've got this bit in here. I'm just trying to make sure that everybody's attached. Okay, so now we need to add some fluffy bits. Kind of coming up off of this section here. I guess we should have just did like the dark trees and then just did the ground in there, but it's okay. It'll figure itself out. Like that piece might have been a little tall to begin with. But it's okay. Because we'll get it sorted one way or another. And I'm okay with like a tiny bit of color peeking through that, but I don't want too much to shine through. Because he doesn't have much color shining through that. Get this guy popped into here. I don't know if he's actually gonna come back and add much to this. Like I kind of get the impression that he's not, but he might surprise us. You all right? You made it sound like you were
No,
not.
I'm stretching. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Alrighty. Work on getting this guy. Alright. So I'm gonna do just like a tiny little guy. He kind of just takes it off into the distance and it just kind of fades out back here. So maybe we'll just try to give it a little bit of a different shaped top edge there. Have you just kind of disappear off the edge. Back in that old direction there. So I want the base of this to be in our green line here. Oh, what's that? A little bit of plant matter or whatever from the mat. Alright, so we get this guy worked into here. Not sure if that's really pushing it back much. It might be a little bit. Um, just a little bit of height off of that baseline there. It kind of goes all the way across, kind of. Okay. So we got that. And we need to kind of do a little bit of dirt. Because it adds a little bit of like a shoreline there. I guess we'll go with coffee bean. As I said, I'm trying to hold on to my chocolate brown that I use as my like Van Dyke brown. So it's not a very big shoreline here. More worried that I'm touching the green more than anything right in here. Just to make sure that I'm in the right place. Just 'cause I don't want a funky gap between the dirt and that shrubbery. Because that's not something that we could leave be. We would have to fix that. Okay. Need to get the other side here. I don't need too much on this other side though, so I probably have more fluff than I need. Oh yeah, way more fluff than we need. Alright. So let me get that anchored on in here. Okay. Finish getting the rest of this worked in here. So we are following along with season 31 from Bob Ross's Joy of Painting. We are on, hold on one second. We are on episode 7. And we're about halfway through the tutorial. And we're just kind of working on getting our shoreline in here. Now, I use acrylic yarn instead of roving. You can more than certainly use roving. Acrylic yarn's a little bit more budget friendly for me. It does require a little bit more prep time, but you know, that's the way it goes. Just gonna grab my highlighty color here. So this is Soft Fudge. This is from Paintbox Simply Chunky. Not sponsored, just letting you know where I got the color from. But 100% not sponsored. Alright. And we don't need a whole lot of highlight here. So just kind of pulling this out a little bit. Trying to get it a little bit spread out. And my base felt here, this magenta color, fuchsia color, whatever you want to call it. That's just a piece of craft felt from the kids crafting section at your local art store. Or wherever you get your art supplies from. I think even at one point Walmart was selling them. I'm not sure if they still are. You also get them off Amazon. Though, if you need it to be a specific size, I wouldn't trust the cuts on the packages from Amazon. Because I had one package that I bought that said it was 8 by 10. Or no, it was 8.5 by 11. And it was not. It was like 7 and change by like 10, and I was like, ugh, I needed it to be 8 by 10. So the stuff that I got from the craft store was 9 by 12. For this, it doesn't really matter so much. That's why we're making these magnets, because then I can cut off the excess and attach it to our magnet backing. Okay, we've got so much fluff here and we've hardly done anything today. So let's go ahead and see where Bob's at. Bob had that like dark reflection that kind of made the water. Whenever I've tried to do a reflection with the fiber, it just doesn't look right. So I'm going to, oh, excuse me. Oh, right, the water line. I forgot. We had advanced to that part. Excuse me. I forgot all about the water line. Forgot we had advanced that far. So I'm just going to grab a little bit of white here. I don't want my water line to be too big here. Like, I don't want it to take over. Sorry, that was a notification on my Kindle. And it is sitting right next to my microphone. Well, I was about to welcome you in, but then you decided to post a link for things that we don't approve of here, so that's not cool. And then you went and angered Moobot. We don't like to anger Moobot.
I would do something about him, but I can't get to him because you'd have that pinned message covering it.
Click the arrow.
Yeah, it just drops it down and back up. It doesn't get rid of it.
It doesn't let you scroll the chat?
No, because I don't have a longer chat right now.
Oh.
You have to get rid of it.
I'm sorry, I'm getting real sick of seeing ads for this website. Are you even in chat? Because it's not showing you in the viewers. Hmm. That's weird. No, now you're there. You weren't a second ago.
Maybe I haven't typed something.
Alright, now that we got derailed, let's go ahead and advance our tutorial. Okay, he's still fiddling. Oh, ah! Dang it, YouTube. I refuse to pay for ad-free YouTube. I refuse. Although I think even on the paid version you get ads.
You do now.
Okay, so what's he doing? He is scraping in the location of the bridge, I guess. So that's what I was saving that real dark brown for. Okay. That kind of looks black. Bob, what in the abomination is this? Okay, so then he's mixing up like a reddish, brownish, a pinky brown. Okay. That's a lot of paint on there, Bob. So he's kind of like putting slats on there, I guess. How far down? So it's kind of sitting, the base is kind of sitting like here. Alright, I'm just kind of trying to see what we're supposed to be. Okay, so he covered the whole front. Okay. But how is this a bridge, Bob? You've got no entrance. We're just not there yet? Oh gosh, he is fussing with this. Okay, there we go. Is this a car bridge or is this a footbridge? Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what our end goal is here with this guy. Okay. So Bob, what are we doing? Okay. It does kind of look like it's just floating on the water, though. Oh, okay. There's the entrance. Alright. So we had way more water in here than we need. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of... Okay. So... Alright, this is gonna be tricky. Um... Okay, let me grab our coffee bean back. Right? So... It kind of seems like... We're gonna do the bridge, don't worry. Can't really call it Bridge to Autumn without the bridge, right? So if that... So I'm thinking like something like that. And I'm doing this so I can figure out the size of our bridge. Essentially. Goodness, we did not need to put all that water in there. I mean, at least our butts were covered as far as the water placement is concerned, but at the same time, it was a little bit of a waste of time spent putting some of that water in, but that's more on me for not skipping ahead. Okay, so I'm gonna pop that guy up gently. All right, now we need to get our dark chocolate brown. So we need to figure out some things here. To figure out our height. Okay, so probably obviously we have to cross the water at the very least. Then we're gonna come up a little bit to here. And then okay, one second.
I don't know who the hell it is.
Sorry, we're very popular today, it would seem. Alright, how high does this come? Okay, so that's off a little bit, but it's okay. It'll be alright once we get there in the end. Not the best looking bridge shape, but you know, doing what we can. There's a reason I try to stick to landscapes instead of buildings. And this might have gotten a little bigger than it should have been. Okay. So now this needs to get filled in. All right. So just gonna start to fill this guy in. Okay. So we'll get this guy on the front. I'll try to work on him in stages. Okay. All right. So get this guy. So I'm gonna do the front first, right? Just to make it a little bit easier to find all of our pieces here. Oh, that's why that. That's okay. I saw my mistake. I don't know if that really fixes much, but I did see the mistake. Okay. So make sure that all of this stuff is in place here. And I will grab our highlighting color. So we're just going to use that lighter fudge color again. Might as well. So I'm just gonna try to work that in there. Try to get our weathered look in here. I mean, I guess I could have gone with taupe, but I've already got so many bags of fluff everywhere. It's okay. This is doing the job. Had to kind of nudge the edge of our building over just a little bit. Kind of trying to spread out our highlighty bits here. The very middle doesn't matter quite so much. Because we've got the that black interior that we're gonna pop on into there. Just trying to make sure that we get enough of our highlighted color to cover where we need it to be. Sometimes when you're working with the little thinner guys, it might take another couple of minutes to just make sure that you are good and filled in and attached. Alright, so there's that side. Alright. need some more of our dark brown. So that we can get the side popped into here. It's gonna be kind of a messy bridge, but that's okay. As long as we can recognize that it's a bridge when we're all said and done. That's the key part, right? Got this. That should be enough to get this filled in. Like it should be. Okay, so there's the side. Have a little section in there. I swore I was seeing the hunter green filtering through it. And for a moment it was kind of like, yeah, whatever, but the more I was going, the more green it was starting to look, and I was like, yeah, no, that's gonna be an issue. Since we need to kind of weather this guy. At least just a bit. I need just a little bit more of this light color. Kind of coming straight down into here. Okay. There's that, along with some bonus watercolor poking through there. That's not what we want to see. There. That should fill that in. Didn't I have... Okay. So we will start to shade in the side, or weather the side, really. All right. Now we still have to figure out our roof. And that's fine. We'll get there. So just a little bit more. Maybe we can... That might make it a little too thick, though. See what happens. Okay, so we kind of have that sort of figured out. Alright, I'm gonna put this lighter brown shade back in its bag. Alright, now back in with our dark brown. And see about filling in our roof section here. As best as we can. just kind of basically our base of our roof section here. Then we need to add our highlighted color to our roof. I feel like I need another little, just tiny speck to fill in that one spot there. So, get that worked into there. Okay, now let me grab our roof color here. Get through it. You okay?
Uh-huh.
Oh. You have the hiccups. Okay. So this is misty gray. Like it almost looks white. It's not. Alright. So we'll kind of work this in. Like, I don't want it to be solid necessarily. I kind of want some of that dark brown shining through. If we can. Might look a little funky, but let go of me, thank you. We're gonna try. see what we can get to happen here. All right. That popped into there. All right, and we need just a little touch of this guy to kind of sit on this edge here. Just to kind of give the indication of the roof disappearing into that direction. Okay. Now, we need black. So much fluff everywhere. So much fluff! I'm running out of places to put the fluff. Okay. Okay. In an ideal world, I would have room for one of those little tiny carts on wheels with like the little drawers in them that I could use as my working fluff holder. That way I wouldn't have them scattered all over the desk. Still have room to work. So we're about to be swallowed by fluff over here. Although, honestly, that's not a terrible problem to have. I feel like I got a piece of fuzz. Attacking my face. I'm not sure at this point if I do or if it's just a phantom. It could be a phantom. What did you do to trigger that? My goodness. That sounds painful. Alright. So we got that popped into there. I just want to take a little bit of our chocolate, not our chocolate, our coffee bean. Just kind of add a little bit of ground back that way or something. Okay, there's one more spot that I need to add just a touch of black to. Okay. Just a little bit under there. Just so we have a little bit of shadowy bit. And a little bit more shadowy bit there. Alright, that's a little bit better there. Although this corner kind of looks like it vanished. There we go. That looks a little bit better. Okay. The black back into its spot. Okay. We're trying to keep moving here. We need to get our coffee. And now we need to start filling this in. I had realized there was this much ground eating up the water. I would not have put that much water in. That's time we won't get back. Alright, nothing we can do about it now. Alright, so we just want to work on getting our ground worked in here. Kind of my own fault that I didn't. Where the heck did you come from? I thought we used all of you. But yeah, that's gonna be my fault for not looking ahead. I just need to fill in that corner. Okay. So he kind of just throws on this like dark brownish black color. I don't want to go too dark, right? Because I want us to have some sort of color difference between the bridge and the ground here. We're gonna have to do a real close trim when we finish stabbing fluff through. Because it is pretty thick, especially in there. Though the middle doesn't matter quite so much, it's just the edges that I really need to get trimmed down. Just so it'll actually fit into our frame. So we don't have the frame floating too much. Alright. I have no idea what we still have in store for us. We are at 18 minutes out of 24. On the tutorial itself. It doesn't mean a whole lot. We don't know what's still coming, but we'll probably end up running a little late today. I can't run too late, though. I do have to make dinner. So I am trying to hurry along here. But we can only hurry so much. Right? So we still have to make sure that we are filled in where we need to be filled in. Alright. So we'll get this guy popped into here. See how far we can get filled in with this piece. This piece isn't going to completely cover it, but hopefully it'll cover a good chunk here that needed to be filled in around the middle. Like, I still have some sections there that we still need to address, but that's okay. Those little spots shouldn't be too problematic. Alright. We kind of need to be starting to paint by like 1:30, I think, if we're gonna be able to finish this today. We'll see. It is currently 12:24 for me. That might be a little ambitious, but we might be able to get the painting done fairly quickly. I hope. So we'll get these guys. Jabbed in over here. And then I just kind of need to take a little bit of our dirt color and fill a little bit into the bridge. Not a whole lot of it. Just a little. Just to kind of make it look like the dirt road. It's kind of disappearing on into there. Although at the moment that doesn't really look like it did all that much. And it probably didn't really, but that's okay. Gonna keep moving. Try to keep moving. All right. So we're gonna get this up against our tape line here. As best as we can. You gonna be okay?
I hope so.
Surprised you don't have the window open.
I just haven't gotten to it
All right. We'll get this guy. And hopefully this will be the last bit of this color that we need to work into the ground here. We'll see though. Alright, I have no idea what color is coming in on top of this. It's probably some kind of grass or shrubbery or something. We will see. Okay, brush that down. Okay, so let me, for the moment, I'm not going to get rid of that bag yet, but I'm going to tuck its color back in there. Okay. Let's see, where are we at, Bob? What the heck is that supposed to be, Bob? He kind of has this weird little bit of brown squiggling out that way. Why? Okay, so yellow, ochre, red. Oh, Bob, you're making a god-awful mess here. I don't know, Bob. That kind of looks like muddy, dead orange. Okay, so we've got some grass on that side. What are you doing? Okay. So, a grayish kind of color. Okay. So, kind of the road. Coming into there. It's a very large pathway. Alright. So he's kind of doing some more shrubbery stuff. More like grassy bits, I guess. Bob, you're covering up your road. Or is this a footbridge? Oh. I don't know if that's supposed to be grass kind of going out into the water, or if it's supposed to be a tree. Like, I don't know. Okay. Is that... He's not gonna do anything else silly here, is he? He's just fussing. He's cleaning that up. Okay, he does not possibly have time to do... Okay. So I need a closer look here, Bob. Really? We can't get a close-up? Alright. Okay, so we're gonna start with the pathway. Alright, we're gonna grab soft gray. Because I don't want this to be, like, real dark. We might do a combination of soft gray and maybe misty gray. I don't know. This is still very bright, though. It is still very bright. I need something... Is elephant gray dark enough here? Elephant gray might be who we want. Medium gray, I think, is going to be too dark. Okay. So I want to work on kind of trying to lay in our road here. A little bit. So if we maybe kind of toss this guy in here. As best as we can. Right, we'll get that worked into there. You all need to be over in that direction. This guy is gonna kind of come in this direction. Where did he sign that? Oh, okay. So he's actually got some green covering that into the bottom corner. Okay. Like, that's fine. I just needed to know how far over he brought that. Okay. That gray can go away. Alright, let me grab the misty gray. So we can attempt add a little bit of a lighter shade onto here. Don't know if it'll really be all that noticeable between the two shades here. It might not be. But we know that we tried, right? Get a little bit more of this lighter section. At least try to. Alright, maybe just a little bit more. Kind of fill in there. Okay, that's probably good enough. Okay, let me pop that up. I'm going to rotate the mat. Okay, this bit is going to go back into its bag. we need a little bit more of this if we want to he's kind of got this little bit here. I don't know if we really needed to do that bit, but all right. That color we should be done with now. All right. So he was grabbing like the ochres and all that mess. So I'm gonna grab our mustard color. So this guy kind of feels like we're gonna fill it in through here. And I'm gonna take some of our rust color. And fill that in a little bit there if I can find it. What the heck is it? There it is. It's buried over here. Okay. Don't think we really need quite that much, but I guess you never know. Alright, so you're gonna get worked into there. I'm gonna grab a little bit more of this. A little bit more than that. And we'll grab our... Oh, lime green feels a little bright. But maybe it'll work. So maybe we'll just carry this all the way down, right? And then we'll just kind of work in the lime on top of it, so maybe it won't be so shockingly bright. Hey, Dave.
Is that Dave the Hunter?
You do know that God Awful Mess was the name of my Motley Crue tribute band. Sorry, Dave, I just saw the message. Nobody's been chatting, so I hadn't been keeping that close of a watch on it. I know, I'm sorry. The husband didn't see it either. I apologize. I keep forgetting on art days I don't have the flamingos to alert me. How have you been, Dave? How are things? Hope everything is well. If you're even still here. Which, fair enough, you may have wandered away. But if you are still here... Oh, you are still here. Some days are so-so, but overall doing well. No need to apologize? No, I do need to apologize. I'm terrible at keeping track of chat. Keeping track of chat on art days. There's a reason why on game days I have stream avatars going, because it alerts me when somebody's talking. But I can't really run stream avatars and reuse the art footage for speed time lapses. Because then the Mingos are going crazy, running all over, and that would make things more difficult to play back. So you still doing WoW challenges, or not so much anymore? Hopefully this color won't be too bright. I don't know though, but it kind of feels like it's almost that like fall, almost dead grass color, I guess. Sometimes, but more Diablo than anything else. We haven't touched Diablo in a while.
Kind of ran out of shit to give us.
Yeah. Kind of hit a point where,
There's a lot less ability to experiment in Diablo 4.
yeah, I did notice that. And we just kind of got busy with other things too. I think we played that last update that we didn't have to pay for, maybe? Just to see what was going on. But it's been a hot minute. But I got busy with my tissue paper project, and that's taking a lot of time. I'm essentially video editing and twisting tiny squares of tissue paper for my big canvas project. And on the days I'm not streaming, I'm working on the canvas project. So I haven't shown it on stream. We haven't streamed it. Let me see if I can grab an updated photo of that real quick here. All right, where's the most recent one? Oh, that's not the most recent one. Oh, okay. That's what I did. Give me 1 second. I can grab it real quick. Into my... So I'm on Blue Sky now. I'm not on Twitter anymore. My mental health couldn't take being on Twitter any longer. So I am Nisey. Is it NiseyBGN? I think it's NiseyBGN over on Twitter. Okay, here's the most recent updated photo of the tissue paper project. So that canvas is 36 by 48, I believe. It's a big guy. Takes up the entirety of the card table I have it sitting on while I'm trying to work on it. Now I am recording that project, so eventually it'll make an appearance on the YouTube channel. But I'll probably be done editing the speed felts by the time I get done working on that guy. But he's a beast on that one. Though I have not run out of tissue paper, so I am glad that I ordered as much as I did, although I don't know if I needed to order as much as I did, but I think when we were originally planning the project, it was going to be a larger canvas than that. So I thought I was going to need more, and then I really wasn't sure how much ground the tissue paper was going to cover. But this week I'm going to be starting work on the water. Got the dark color twisted. I think I have enough of the dark color twisted, but I'm not 100% confident on that. So, are you still on Twitter? Or are you on Blue Sky? Are you on both? Anywhere aside from here? I do miss seeing some people on Twitter, but overall I just couldn't do it anymore. Every day when I logged in, there was just quite a plethora of stuff I didn't agree with being shoved in my face, and I couldn't really do anything about it. So I ended up deactivating my Twitter. Pretty much Twitter, but yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, I couldn't. I have enough anxiety that is self-induced 95% of the time. I didn't need to have the other getting shoved in with things that I didn't need to be able to handle, so like no. I get enough of it from other places. I don't need it shoved in my face when I come here to check messages or what have you. So it was just better that I moved on over, and it's okay because I feel like I'm getting a bit more engagement with some artsy people and seeing more art and stuff over on Blue Sky. Then than I ever did on Twitter. It just felt like I was being drowned out over there and lost in a crowd that didn't care about anything that I was posting anyway, so worked out in the end. But we're still streaming. We're streaming now. I did change the schedule back in October, so we're streaming at the moment. We're streaming Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. We're generally streaming from 11 to 3. Today we started way early because I was trying to catch up. Because last Tuesday, I had to stop early because I was getting a pretty bad headache. And stabbing the things and a headache isn't a good combo, so that just doesn't quite work. Alright, so we got this side filled in here. Alright, what's my shades looking like over here? Alright, so on this side, I'll grab this guy again. And we'll start to kind of work this in. I always find it strange when one of my bloodthirsty videos starts getting views on it again on YouTube. I'm like, somebody's actually watching this? Kind of like out of nowhere, and I'm like, oh, okay. It's like, that information's probably kind of out of date by now, but alright. Like, if y'all really want to watch it, I guess. But that's several expansions old at this point. That's okay, I haven't been feeling well. There's part of me every so often that kind of wants to go back to playing it. But then I'm like, yeah, but then what? Because I wasn't raiding. The guild kind of went their own ways. I hated doing looking for group. I was not a fan of it. Because it got so toxic towards the end of when I stopped playing. Especially when I was getting into dungeons that I had never ever done before or seen anything about, so I had no idea what was going on. And it's kind of hard to learn the mechanics of the dungeon when everybody's just screaming, go, go, go! I was like, but I don't know where I'm going! Some directions, please! Or if you could at least go slow enough for me to figure out what the heck's going on. No thanks. So then it kind of just comes down to, like, grinding for materials, because I already completed Lore Master at one point, so, I mean... I really didn't want to do that on multiple characters. That's okay. I just couldn't figure out what to do with myself. And then, you know, it was getting expensive to keep playing for us. Because money was getting tighter. That's okay. Gives me time to do other stuff. We've almost completed Coral Island. So that's fun. We've got just a little bit further to go before we complete that, I think. And then we'll probably be moving on to Moonstone Island for a little while at least. Coral Island's talking about updates coming in. I think multiplayer is supposed to come in this summer. Was that you? Wait. Oh, okay. And I think maybe in the fall they're talking about another update where the kids, at least the town kids, I don't know about your own kids, will age up. So we might start a new map then, maybe. Just so we have something to do while we watch the kids get older. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, and we still have to finish the Guardian mural, which we're getting closer to being able to do. But yeah, then we'll take a look at Moonstone Island, which is kind of like farming and Pokemon. Kinda, not exactly Pokemon, but you're like taming spirits to try to fight other spirits. So it kind of has like a Pokemon pet battle kind of feel to it. But also almost like a Kiki's delivery service kind of feel as well, where you have to leave home for a year, where you're like a alchemist witch wizard thing. What little bit I've played of it so far looks cute. I didn't want to go too far into it, because then I didn't want to be burnt out on it by the time we got around to streaming it. I did finish Bear and Breakfast. I've got that slowly wrapping up on the channel, on the YouTube channel. I'm just kind of working on getting my grass in here along the edge of the road. And then we should be able to start painting our frames and stuff. So I've gone to an upload schedule on the YouTube channel of like every other day. We were like every day, but then I dropped down to only 2 Bear and Breakfasts in a row, and then instead of 3, and then I was having a day where there wasn't anything posted, and I was like, oh, well, I guess we can go every other day. That should be fine. Give each video a full 24 hours and then some of being up. That should be okay. Alright. Now, I haven't done any time lapses on these guys yet. Don't know if I'm going to. I don't know if we need to on these guys. If I do, it might be on ones that I do off stream. Because eventually I'll be done my tissue paper project. Alright, that looks pretty good there. I'm pretty happy with that. All things considered. Alright, let me stick these guys off to the side. Alright. Yellow fluff. Okay. Yellow fluff into the yellow fluff bag. Oh. This desk is trying to do my knee in all together. Okay. We still need that. I still need that. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to slam that down. Okay. I need to slide you over to here. And I need to unplug that. Okay. Now, give me one moment. I need to grab the glue gun. And I need a blue stick. I don't know if I actually need that glue stick today, but I might. Okay. That guy's gonna get toasty there. Okay. Go ahead and pull off our tape. Now, we're gonna grab our square here. And we're gonna try to center that. Alright. We are going to trim this. To fit on the back of our magnet piece here. Alright. I feel like our sky got a little short, hopefully. That won't be too much of an issue. Like, hopefully it won't show. Don't think it will. Might be okay. Alright. This can go there. I need the flat scissors. Okay, so I'm just going to take my flat guys here. And we are going to trim down some of the extra fluff. Just to give it a better shot at laying flatter. We don't want to cut through the project. We just want to trim up some of the extra fluff back here. That will also let the glue adhere a bit better to the back so it doesn't shift around too much. I don't know if I could use the razor. I mean, maybe. I don't know if that would get a little too... I don't know if it would be too aggressive. I mean, it's pulling stuff off. Maybe this is the better way to go. Certainly a lot faster. Okay. So this bottom edge, though. Alright, that should be okay. Alright, that can go there. That is actually a little big. Maybe we can get that cleaned up a little bit better. All right. Okay, scissors are gonna go there. Grab all my fluff bits here. Okay, I need our painting lid. You can... Where do I want to put you? You're not going to be in the danger zone. All right. Sharpie. Your little flamingo foot that never looks the same whenever I do it. Never the same, no matter what I do. I need to get a little tiny stamp. Or make one. Okay. We need our brown paint. I'm gonna have to get more of this paint, I think. I only have one bottle of it. Alright. Put that over there. So this is just the lid off of a Dollar Tree shoebox container. It does remarkably well on cleanup. Right, so this is acrylic craft paint from Deco Art Americana in dark chocolate. You guys use whatever you have. This is not sponsored. It's just what I'm using. Alright. So we'll work on getting this painted in here. I was gessoing these and then realized, you know what? Making this more complicated than it's gotta be. Sometimes the unfinished wood can be super, super thirsty on your paint, where you're like on coat 20 and it doesn't look like you've done anything. Then I do recommend gessoing it. However, for this, the wood grain is kind of shining through on the craft paint. And it's not like super, super light as it's soaking in. It actually works with it. And it looks better not gessoed, I think, so. I've stopped gessoing it. These were little tiny 3x3. Well, not tiny, but they're small wooden squares. They're 3 inches by 3 inches. And I just picked these up off of Amazon. I just kind of grabbed who was ever closest to the price point I was willing to spend on them. Now the corners are rounded on these, and I guess that really didn't penetrate my brain when I was shopping for them. It doesn't matter that much, but they are rounded. I signed both sides because you never know. Sometimes I am undecided about what size I'm going to pick. What side I'm going to pick, excuse me, for the attachment of the thing. So I'll just sign both sides. So we're just gonna scrub that paint in. This is just an old paintbrush. I've had this guy for a little while now. And I kind of messed him up with how I painted with him. It came out pretty good with what I did, but it kind of beat the brush up pretty good, so he's kind of like a designated foliage brush that I use. Or if it doesn't matter how smooth of a line or whatever I'm trying to do, if I'm just trying to get paint slapped on there, this guy works out pretty good. Now I'm only doing one coat to start with here. Not like our mandala stuff where I was agonizing over the number of coats I was doing. I really don't want multiple coats on here if I don't need to. Sometimes we end up with multiple coats on the frame pieces just because that's the way things worked out. Hopefully today I won't mess up the steps of putting this together and make life more difficult for myself. Okay, so we're gonna set that over there. I'm gonna grab my frame pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So we have everybody here. And we're just gonna start slathering these guys. If you don't have a surface that's washable, you can put these on top of. I do recommend something underneath of them because, you know, the paintbrush is gonna go off the edges of it. Even just a piece of like printer paper underneath will keep the mess a little bit more isolated. But this is just a container lid, and I'll probably wash the lid today. Because when it starts to build up too much, then it starts to scratch off and get a bit messy for the other pieces as we go. But this paint comes off of this lid very lovely. We've been using one of the other lids that I've got as a paint tray. And that's been doing pretty well. Pretty happy with how that cleaned up. Still haven't decided what we're doing when we're done with the watercolor line art. We might do another mandala. We might do a gouache painting. I haven't decided yet. Okay. Just gonna paint these guys. I'm gonna paint the whole length, even though I only use part of each one. These are just some unfinished wood drink stirrers. Also from Amazon. I think they came in a bag of like 150. I think. And so far I've been using 8 per magnet. Now I could probably get it down to maybe 6 per if I was a little more fussy with my measurements, but these guys weren't all that expensive. And the 8 per gives me a little more room for error in my getting them figured out for cutting purposes. I do like this craft paint. It dries fairly quickly. We don't spend a whole lot of time just sitting here waiting for the paint to dry, which is helpful. We're also not putting it on like super thick either, which is also gonna cut down drying time. But just using 8 allows me to have a little nub that I don't have to worry about painting on the very end. So I've got some place that's not completely covered in paint to hold on to. I still get paint on me, but at least I don't have to worry about trying to cover fingerprints and stuff. Makes things a little bit easier. Okay. I just want to get these edges. Technically, I probably don't really have to do... Well, no, we do need to do the edges. Never mind, because there's going to be edges touching the piece, and that's going to be a world of trouble if we don't get them ahead of time. Alright, so we'll get these guys worked into there. Set you over there to dry. It's pretty warm today, so drying time should be sped up a little bit, I hope. Okay, so we'll get all this worked into here. Right, after this one, we got one more to go. I think we'll have just enough paint. I might have to pull a little more from the bottle when we do our touch-ups. But we'll see how that goes. I still need to grab my X-Acto knife out of the drawer, out of my tool bag. And I probably need my ruler. Although, I don't know. The last time I used the ruler doesn't always help things. Okay. Alright, you're gonna kind of hang out there. Okay, let's rinse the brush. And I'll dry that guy on my little towel over here. Same paper towel we've been using for a while. It's still good. Still dries things. Okay, let me grab the X-Acto knife real super quick. Okay. Alright. These scissors. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Trying desperately not to burn myself. Oh, I didn't know any more of those left. Okay. Don't know if I'm gonna need those, but I might. Oh, and oh, I'm not gonna be able to reach that from here. Don't know where that came from. Alright. So we need some tacky glue. I know we have the hot glue gun, but the hot glue gun is just kind of there, honestly, to help hold the piece together until the tacky glue can do its thing. Okay. Need my pencil. No idea what this junk is on my pencil. Okay. And we'll try about... That's probably going to be a little big, though. Okay, so if this is touching that... Well, that might be about right. Alright, we're gonna try those guys and see. Hopefully. Hopefully. I've got so many divots that I'm pretty sure are cut into this disc at this point. this guy. All right. I mean, it covered it, but it's a little short. It's a little short. Dang it. That is just a little... Alright, well, you know what? You can be for this side. Okay. So... trim you. And then... yeah, just wanted to make sure that my pencil line was kind of in the right spot. Okay. So that will be like this side. Alright. So if you are on there, then you I need you so see if I can actually get this, because every time I use the ruler, doesn't seem to matter. I will measure it out and it still will be off. So this guy, alright, and we're gonna do touch-ups with our paints. When we get there, sometimes I can score it enough where I can kind of snap it, but other times it wants to splinter. Really felt like that one was going to go flying somewhere. Okay, so we've got you two. Let go. Thank you. I've got you two kind of sitting here. That might work. Okay. If not, we'll have to use our hot glue as sort of wood filler. We've done that before. So that is long side. I'm going to put long side there. Really thought that one was going to go flying too. It felt like it was going to. Alright. That one did go flying. Alright. These guys are my long sides. These guys are the short sides. Okay. Alright. So I'm going to get a little bit of tacky glue. And I really don't need to do the entire side here. Like, this is overkill. Hmm. Silly thing. That one's warped slightly. So that one end is being a little bit silly. So actually, I need to kind of press that down in place a little bit longer. Alright, I don't know if that's going to help or not. I think I got some of it in there. Hopefully it went into the places it needed to go to. This is the tough part, is putting this frame together. This is the hardest part of this whole process, is putting this bad boy together. Like, the painting is super, or the painting of the wood, super easy. Super, super easy. Doing the needle felting can be intimidating, but still way easier than putting this frame together. Please tell me I've got the right sized. Yeah. Glue on my desk here. That's okay though. The tacky glue will come off. Although this is contact paper. I got this pattern off of Amazon. I learned that lesson from the last desk, where painter's tape ripped off. Painter's tape! The blue painter's tape ripped off the finish of the crappy pressboard desk I had. That was eye-opening, to say the least. Hopefully that has distributed it in the proper places. Because this guy is so delicate when you're first popping him together. Now for the super tricky part. Okay, this guy. Definitely going to slather. Well, slather's probably not the right word. I don't want it like sliding off of here. But I don't want it so thin that the glue is going to be dry by the time I maneuver my hand over here. And this stuff's pretty sticky. Like, when we've attached the tissue paper to canvas, I've not been able to remove the tissue paper from it, like, a couple of days later. So once that dries on there, it's pretty dry. Dang it. It slid on that one corner. I'm just kind of rubbing the nozzle on there. Hoping that the heat will let me smooth that out. I needed like the smallest bead of hot glue ever. This guy. Really didn't want to have to pop out the sandpaper if I didn't have to. All right. Inside's looking a little messy, but it's the inside, so that's fine. Here's our super short problem. Okay, so that's barely going to touch. Okay, so that's a slight problem. But I think we can do something with that. And hot glue is paintable. It doesn't look as nice as the wood, but it is paintable. So we can fill in little mistakes if we need to. Okay. Let's see if we can get that worked into here. As the best as we can. Okay. So that might not be too bad. I know it's a little off there, but I think we're okay. Just want to try to get this cleaned up on that edge. Yeah, because once we get that laid in on top, I think we'll be okay. So these are our 4 pieces that we still have to cut. So we're going to take our tacky glue here. And we're just going to scoop it on in. Like, I don't want it super thin in here. Actually, I should probably just take it from the bottle because I still need some of that for the other pieces here. Sorry, I keep moving it around because I wasn't sure if I was in frame, but I suddenly felt like I wasn't. Alright, we've got a good coating of that all spread around all over our fingers. Good, good. It's just tacky glue though, so that'll come off without too much trouble. Okay. Now, uh-oh. That side probably should have been trimmed down a little bit further. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Okay. Just pressing that in, making sure that we've got good contact. Now this guy is a bit thicker. Oof, quite a bit thicker. Sap. Very much sap. Okay. So that's gonna be a problem. Okay. Yeah, that's one piece. Okay. And this guy. This guy, we're gonna put you there. Okay. Hopefully. Hopefully. We'll get this guy in here. Scissors. All right. I was like, where did my pencil line go here? Okay. So we'll snip that. Okay. Now see if we can get this glued up here. This is gonna get a little messy. Like, that's just the way it's gonna be. Unfortunately. So, I use those as like little mini C-clamps. I'm like, where's my other piece? I didn't cut it yet. If I didn't cut it yet, let me rinse the glue out. Okay. Just getting the glue off of my fingers. Alright. Other side now. I don't normally do the hot glue on the front pieces. So that's why I'm using the binder clips. They're just mini binder clips. Oh, oh shit. That's not. That's not good. This piece. I knew this was going to be trouble. You know, you just know with some pieces. That's a mess. Never really seem to get these corners 100% perfect. Some way, shape, or form, something decides to shift. I mean, we've had them look worse than that one, though. But that's certainly not one of the better ones we've done. From the front, it looks fine. From the side, that looks a bit questionable, though. Alright, so we need our glue. Not sure what that is in the glue. It might be other glue that rolled off my finger. That is possible. Okay. Have to be careful with these because I have had them not quite placed right and they've like sprung off and gone flying. The binder clips. The good thing that we started when we did this morning. Because if we hadn't, I'd be super, super stressing right now. Okay. And this one's a little... Let's see. Alright, you know what? No, I do want the other side. Okay, we're gonna see if this is gonna work here. Alright. See if this is just enough. If it is, hopefully we can use this as our okay, you are just a smidgen short. Or long, excuse me. Alright, and then I've got a gap. You know what? I'll take the gap. Will you fit on this side? It's not like a huge gap. That'll work on both sides. Okay. Okay. We're gonna do a dry fit on this one as well. Always like wincing when I go to trim these because I'm like, where is it gonna go? Alright, and we'll do a little more brown paint at the end here to touch everybody up. Okay, so if I... Dang it. You are just a smidge long. Okay. Alright, that will fit in there. That will fit. I do wish that that wasn't quite as far out, but if I try to trim it now, it's going to make it worse, so. Right, I'm going to pull, yeah, because this one's long too, so. Alright. Pretty sure I just slathered the other side. Smeared it. Okay. Alright. I'm like, where's the other binder clip? Still attached, silly. Okay. Get our glue popped off on here. So I don't really like using the hot glue gun. I'm kind of afraid of it. I've burnt myself too many times on it. It and I don't get along that well. It's kind of a necessary evil for some things. If I want to move along on a project in a timely manner. It does come in handy when I'm doing these guys, though. At the very least, when I am building the frame. So that is helpful. Okay. Let me rinse the glue out of this. And I just kind of want those binder clips to hang out. I could use the hot glue on this section. However, I've not had good luck with this hot glue gun actually gripping lately. Like it'll kind of grip, and then I've had it just decide it's not going to grip it anymore. Especially on stuff that I was putting outside and I had to fire up the glue gun and let it heat up and then detach it from its plug and quick run out there and try to fix the thing that needed to be fixed. So it was a bit of a pain. I don't know what that was about because I really sloshed the glue on there. And I've had it where it doesn't really grip the fuzz very well. Because I've used hot glue on the 8x10 size ones that we were doing with the dowel rod at the top, and I was using the hot glue to attach it, and I've had it where suddenly I went to roll the piece up and the hot glue on the back of the dowel rod just peeled right off. I was like, what? No. What is this? You're supposed to stick. I don't know if I got a bad batch of glue sticks. I don't know. But I have found that the tacky and the hot glue combo together have worked pretty well, where I'll put the tacky glue on the base of the frame and then I'll use the tacky glue or the hot glue to hold it in place until the tacky glue grips it enough. And then, but on the front, the hot glue can be very messy, as we can see back here. So I don't like using it on the front facing pieces, so we just kind of have to wait for the tacky glue to set up there for just a few minutes. I don't want to rush it along too much. Just grabbing my magnets. I should be done with these guys. Just trying to get stuff out of my way that we don't necessarily need any longer. Okay. Still need this. Alright. I think might be able to pop those off. Alright, that's not bad. The only real icky part on this one is this bottom piece, which I'm not happy about, but these will be going into the free art giveaway for the farmer's market. If I can get the frame set up, to work, where it's all lined up very well, then maybe I can try to sell these guys, but with the amount of inconsistencies I've been having on the frames, like I would almost need to get like wood filler. And at that point, it's like, then these are going to be getting way too expensive to be worth selling them. At the price point that I was going to. I really need to unplug this glue gun. But I can't, I can't really reach the plug very well at this moment. Okay. So just want to be careful. Just kind of doing some touch-ups here and there where we need to. Get our edges here that we snipped. Okay. Alright, that's not too bad. Just want to clean up that edge there. Alright. Okay, let's rinse this guy. He didn't come out too bad. Now that is a 3" by 3" magnet. Like palm size for me. Move that over there. Okay, and this guy. Gonna slide on over to here. Okay. So, now we're gonna add our magnet in. Let's go ahead and try to zoom in here. Oh. No, autofocus just doesn't want to. Let's do it that way. Oh, autofocus. It's like clear. And then I take it off autofocus and it's not clear anymore. That doesn't look like we're really... I wonder if it focused on that. Oh, hold on. Hold that thought. I'm going to actually get our magnets out here. 1, 2. No. You all need to behave in there. Okay. We only need like a drop. This is Gorilla Super Glue. This stuff means business. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Make sure I can still move all my fingers. I don't think I had gotten any on me, but you never know. And I don't just put the frames together with this stuff, because this stuff means business, and if we mess up, I don't want to be in a panic trying to fix it before it sets and glue myself to the thing, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Alright, so I'm using a stick to push down on them, and there is our guy. I don't want to sit him down too much in case any glue drips, but there we go. Magnet number 7 is in the books. Magnet number 8 let's see. Where is magnet number 8? Hey, where's my... Oh, right. Okay, hold on. Let me... I forgot that it just kind of popped up with the video and that we weren't on the playlist today. Okay. So what is number 8? Trails End. Okay, let me hide this because it's probably going to give me an ad when I click on it. Alright, so... Okay, so the Trails End one. I keep putting end cards over it so I can't see it. It's kind of an ovally shape. It looks like a big old dead tree. Is there any... Okay, there's a slightly better picture of it. I'm not sure if that's actually a trail pathway or if that's water. It might be a fence, actually. So... Yeah, kind of fall, kind of dead foliage kind of looking. We'll see how that goes. But just so we have a comparison, here was Bob's again, and here's ours. It's not that much difference. I mean, it's a little different, but not terrible. Like I said, this guy is like 3 inches, so he does fit in the palm of the hand. But that's where we're at for today. So that's gonna do it for today. Thanks for popping in, Dave, if you're still here. Appreciate that. Appreciate everybody that popped in, all the lurkers and what have you. We'll be back tomorrow with Planet Zoo. We'll be working on beginning to decorate our guest area for the viewing of the animals. And starting to clean that all up. And don't know how far we'll get on that because I get fussy and tomorrow's going to be a lot of fussing involved. But we'll see how we do. That's what we have on tap for tomorrow. So, thank you everybody. Thank you everybody for popping in. Oh, excuse me. Don't forget to follow the socially links. Those will take you to the Blue Sky, the Instagram, the Ko-fi, and the YouTube channel. You never know what's going to pop up on the YouTube channel, so make sure you're subscribed over there. And I will see everybody tomorrow. Have a good evening.